Hello everyone, and welcome to Teddy Save It. Some of you might know this from Game Grumps because they've been playing it. That's how I found it. Hello, Skirix. But yeah, it's basically fantasy supermarket simulator. And it looks pretty cool. So this is the house. Okay. Game saves only when you go to bed at the end of the day. Good to know. I'm gonna turn the game down a little bit, but let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Especially here once I turn it down like that. Speak to the mage. Welcome! You've made it to Ursa, a peaceful land where magic flows gently and spirits walk beside us. Adventurers come and go, picking up supplies before heading off to faraway places. But here, there's no rush, no pressure, just the quiet joy of making something your own. This is your shop. Shape it however you like. Stock what calls to you. Decorate every corner and set your own pace. Some shopkeepers stick to their shelves. Others wander the wilds for rare finds. Both paths are part of the magic. Ursa's more than a place. It's a memory, a tribute, and a gentle reminder of the ones we've loved and the stories we care. The spirits here remember too, and they welcome you with open arms. We're glad you're here. Take your time. Make it yours. Pick up box. I don't think I should be able to do that. So yeah, there's a little bit more freedom, technically, than the supermarket has. I'm not sure how much that freedom is necessarily good if I can smash things into the freaking wall. But, you know. Got a little die over here that you can roll. A little D20. So that's cool. Got a little like block here that gives me some gold. Purchase products to sell from the Book of Summoning. So yeah, you've got like daggers, swords, food, potions. Hello, Alan. I'm doing all right. You can buy more displays. You can buy decorations. You can buy stuff to like craft with, to make some of your own things, which is cool. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do here, is what I'm saying. You know? Interior wall paint. The Pit of Devastation is essentially your trash can. Is there a way to... like, up the brightness, or... I feel like the game is really dark, is what I'm saying. But I don't know that that's the right term. Oh god, that made it... that was not what I wanted at all. I'll laugh if it's just that I have the graphic settings too high. Yeah, if I lower the graphic settings, it becomes freaking... like, lighter. What the frick? I hate everything about that. Freaking... I hate that freaking... like... that modern day, like, technology and graphics seems to be, like, dark. The dark is darker and the bright is brighter. You know? Like, it's super annoying. I hate everything about that. Go ahead and grab some of these swords. And we can set them up there. And just like Supermarket Simulator, you can set your prices. I'm gonna set this to $7. The market price is currently $7.19, so let's purchase some health potions. We'll store those over here. Oh, it's a toggle for run. I see. 150. You don't have to hold the button down to run. It's a toggle to run. I also like that you don't have to, like, click to deposit items. You can just hold the button down. 1.5 is good again. Oh, hush. Freaking... we good, alright. Ready to open shop? Light the candle. I'm clearly not worthy because I cannot, you know, draw the sword from the stone. The Alchemist Guild offers an introductory offer to access some of their coveted inventory. Oh. I see. Expand the shop size. So contracts are your licenses. Toy maker, produce display, weaponsmith warrant. Cool. Mage guild, musician guild, gardening guild. All of this stuff is level 100. I guess they gotta give you something to work for. You know, some kind of end game to work for when the game's not fully out yet. You can, of course, hire stalkers and cashiers. Earth, water, air, and fire wisps. But cashier Buddy, Rocco, Ward, and Hopper. You change the shop name. Cool. Bag of endless storage. Let's get some carrots and potato. And we'll stock them over here. Yeah, you don't click like in Supermarket Sim. You just hold the button and everything goes onto the shelf. That's pretty nice, actually. I won't lie. I don't know if the devs of Supermarket Sim will, you know, look at this game at all for anything for theirs. I know that technically speaking, Supermarket Sim is completed. Oh, 40 is the market price. Ha. Like the official 1.0 release did come out. So it is technically like the full game is out. But they're still adding like new content and updating and stuff. So oh, hey. I'm also just looking at how this game looks now compared to the episodes that went up on Game Grumps, because their episode that they recorded like a month or two ago. So I'm interested in seeing just like what's different. And that portal is one of those things. Like if you look out here, there's this portal. And everybody's like coming in through that portal. And that's not how how it works on the Grump side, which is cool. The NPCs just kind of appear and start walking in. So that said, I mean, impressive model work for the NPCs. Mage pad. Oh, that's nice. Oh, return 0. I don't have to even give them any money back. They handed me exact cash. So you can, like, do it this way. You know? Increase profits by 25%. Cool, I think. But you can also use the Mage Pad, which just allows you to... What the frick? Alright. Just a flock of geese shopping at my store, buying swords, as you do. I need more swords. I'm also gonna need more health potions, it looks like. But yeah, I mean, just like Supermarket Sim, it's a game of, you know, set everything up, keep everything stocked. I'm out of swords again. All these ventures coming in and buying up all my swords. Granted, there's only like 6 swords, so it's super easy to run out of stock of them. I like the ability to just like type it into the Mage Pad. Whoops. And then you don't have to sit there and try to hand them the money back, you know? It's as if everybody has credit cards. Oop. Not even, don't even have to freaking give any money back there. Collect the coin, 1622. I see I need some mana pots. Let me just do that real fast. And it's really nice that you don't have to like sit here and keep clicking. You know, in Supermarket Sim you have to like click every single item. Here you can just hold the button down. Speaking of Supermarket Sim, I have been wanting to get back to that. You know, we haven't done any of those streams in a while. And I have been wanting to get back into it, especially now that the full release is out. I just haven't, you know? Coin, 533. I am out of stock on a lot of things. 0 monies. Swords. Potions. Looks like all of my produce ran out. Like there's no carrots or potatoes left on any of the shelves. 85-cent return. Problem, of course, being that, well, I'm one person trying to do all of the things at once. They're handing me a lot of customers, even on day 1 here. Oop, my candle. $24.12. Yep, the candle of time has worn out, which means that it is the end of the day. Whoops. 12:11. Looks like adventures have turned in for the night. Really? I'm still seeing 1 million people here. I did lower the game sound a bit. Yeah. Sound effects are still a bit high. I can lower the sound effects. We'll go down to try 6. Yeah, I can't tell what the audio levels are myself. So I always appreciate when people let me know if there's anything that's too loud or not loud enough. Ta-da! Cool. And now I can sit here and do a little bit of stocking before the next day. Though there is quite a bit of other stuff to also do other than just, you know, the selling the way that I have been. But yeah, this portal here. This isn't here in the Game Grumps episodes. Unicorn. Lunacite. Every miner starts somewhere. Sprout Scout, getting the hang of finding those leafy treasures. Like, there's a lot that you can do here that isn't just, you know, buy from the store. Like like Supermarket Sim is. You can go around and like you have like animals that you can tend to collect stuff. You can go mining to collect stuff. Star Pebble ore. Pelibrite ore. Alright. Don't appear to be able to do much with the crabs other than pick them up. And even then it's more that they pick me up than I pick them up. But yeah, I mean, like, look at this world, man. Oh, apparently I could just walk on the water. No big deal. Alright. Sangrelith ore. Mining level 3. Manasite ore. I must have already tended to that one. Fernbright shards. Bloodberries. Like, there's so much stuff outside of the outside of just the shop. Like, you could just play this game without even, like, manning the shop, really. If you wanted to. I mean, I'm sure that, like, all of this stuff only regenerates, like, at the beginning of the day or so. So you have to do something with the shop a little bit. I have quite the jump. Like, the jump is very big. Whee! And there's just like so much world to explore. It's ridiculous, man. Like, what the big crystal over there? Like, what's that? You know? Ghost berries. Like, there's just so much stuff. I was watching the Grumps play this, and I'm just going, this is just like a better version of Supermarket Sim, you know? Because, like, you have all this fantasy stuff. You know? It's also apparently been in development for like a long time. Like, I was checking the change log to see, you know, how long the game's been out for and stuff like that. And there were entries that went all the way back to freaking May. So, and he probably even like more than that, because that was just where I stopped looking. I didn't even like fully, you know, look at everything. So, this has been in the works for several months now. I don't know if it was inspired by Supermarket Sim. I don't know how long Supermarket Sim has been, like, in production for either. But I know that a lot of games, like a lot of these like shop games, came out not long after Market Sim became like huge. What really gets me is everybody knows about Supermarket Simulator. But if you actually type Supermarket Simulator into Twitch, there was apparently another Supermarket Simulator game that was also just called Supermarket Simulator. That was released back in 2014. And it's like, that just shows you, just like, you know, sometimes it's not about the game that you make. It's about, like, when you make the game. You know? It's like, I'd never even heard of Supermarket Simulator until the current one. And the current one isn't even like the only one, you know? The current one is just the newest one, if you will. It's not made by the same people, the other Supermarket Sim. Like, it wasn't made by the same people or anything. But there is a Supermarket Simulator game from 2014. And yet, like, who even knows about that, you know? I haven't even explored, like, half of this world yet. There's just so many things that you can do in this game. Can rename our cat. So I'm gonna, since she's a black cat, I'm gonna name her after Enya from Stardew. Go to bed. It is day 2. So we have 369 gold. Slimy boy? Berries are super tasty, but they only grow during certain seasons. Be sure to stock up if you want fresh fruit all year long. Oh yeah, look at this. Everything that I grabbed yesterday is back. Which means that it really is just a good idea to go around and stock up on pretty much everything that you actually want. It's a little bit of Supermarket Simulator mixed with Stardew Valley, because you're going around and foraging for stuff, but also you're running a supermarket. I do wonder if the new games that Concerned Ape is working on is set in the same universe as Stardew. I know very little about the new game he's working on. I've seen pictures, screenshots and stuff from it. His development screenshots. And I probably should be sharing more of my development screenshots. Both as an accountability thing. Look, I'm actually working on it.
I'm gonna need you to back up.
And because...
Briefy, please. Who hired you to do this right now? Ow! Dude, I'm not even gonna drop any minerals. Why'd you do that? Excuse me. Do you... Ow! Why?
the rock is talking to me.
This is breaking my immersion. Why do I even exist?
I can barely hear it though. I'm assuming it's tied to the sound effect.
Ow! Why? I'm gonna need you to back up about 3 feet, please. Excuse me. Do you mind?
No, it doesn't seem like it got any louder when I did that. It'd be nice if there was a voice track. Like a voice audio thing that you could turn up or down. What? Hi? Alright. I like knocked some kind of creature out of the tree. And then when he jumped back into the tree, he knocked down like 20 more apples. But yeah, I mean, like, look at how much I can just like forage. Like, I could legitimately just like do this instead of like buying anything. And then it's all profit that way, you know?
Who hired you to do this right now?
Whoa. Apparently this is third-person camera. I'm just like a little wisp. So that's interesting. I suppose that's one way to do it. Also, I don't know what this fairy does for me, but it has been following me around ever since I touched that rock. My mining is level 5. I get 2 times product from harvesting and mining. So that's cool. Gold fairy. Oh, now I have 2 fairies following me. Okay. Well, I don't know what they do. But now I have 2 fairies. I mean, I won't complain that I have fairies. I'm a little confused by what they are. You know, I don't know what they do. But really though, like, I could just do this all day. Just wander around. Collect stuff. Like, I don't even have to freaking buy anything for the store this way. Whee! I mean, I guess that does explain the jump. If I'm a little wisp. You know, I'm not limited by human physics in that case. So I've got kind of a floaty jump because of that. Suppose it is a really good way of, like, you know, then you don't have to program animations for, like, reaching out and collecting stuff or mining stuff or, you know, things like that. You know, it's just, oop, I'm just mining by the power of Wisp, you know? This is also just like super relaxing music, and I kind of love it. Like, it's super chill. It's just like a really chill game in general, honestly. Like, it's a little frantic because of the, you know, market aspect. But just like Stardew, like, it's just a really chill game. That also does explain why I can, like, walk on the water. If I'm a wisp, I'm floating over the water. Manasite ore. And I'm sure all of this, like, ore and stone can be used for something later. Like, maybe I can, like, craft my own weapons and stuff to sell. Nightshade! Just a highly poisonous freaking thing, that's all. Well, I think real nightshade is a flower, not a berry. So maybe it's different here in this world. I was actually just watching a video about that. Not like today, but like a day or two ago. About things that people do. Things people used to do. Before, like, health was, like, super well known. Wimblehob. Wimblehop. Like, before radiation, before people understood radiation, they used to just straight up drink radium, you know? And, like, put radium in, like, paint. Stuff that nowadays we would go, what the frick? You know? Back then, they didn't know that these things were bad, and they just thought, like, yeah, sure, why not? Freaking... I think it was... they put Nightshade in, like, children's, like, teeth stuff. Like, you know, if your child is teething, put this on their gums and it'll calm them down. As they're putting freaking Nightshade. Oop, I dropped a few frames there. I noticed when it suddenly popped up and said that I had re-entered the chat room. I was like, whoa, that usually means that there was some kind of disconnect. And sure enough, there was. Just for a moment. The internet has been all kinds of funky lately. I think it might be time to consider getting a new router. Because we've had our current one for like years at this point. And you usually have to think about getting a new router every like 2 or so years. At least that's been my experience. And I know we've had our current one for at least 2 years now, if not more. So it wouldn't surprise me if we need to consider looking into getting a new one. This world is super pretty though. And I'm sure there's somebody that would say, well, it would look even better if you played on the actual high settings. Now it just looks dark. Like, now the game is just dark. Like, it looked better on the lower settings because it wasn't as dark. Quakari egg. Quackarog. It would be nice if there was some indication of like which things I've interacted with already. Like here with all these Quakari, for example. Like, yeah, I'm sure I've clicked all of them now, but they're also moving. So I'm like double checking as I'm going. Like, did I click on this one? Yep. Okay, I did. It'd be nice if there was just some indication like, oh look, you've already interacted with this one. You don't need to try again. Like, this one? Yep. Okay, keep like trying to interact with them. Because I'm like, wait, this Quakari is in a different spot than the others were. Hi? Hello? Big turtle guy that's staring at me. Don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact. But seriously though, he's just staring at me. Silverite ore. Are you nice? If he's hostile, he hasn't attacked me yet. So this is a door here. Not that I can get in it. I don't know if there is anything like hostile in the world or not. There might not be. It might just straight up be that there are no hostile creatures in the world. But you know what they say, if you make eye contact, sometimes even a docile creature will become hostile. I mean, I've looked at him several times now, so I doubt anything's gonna happen. But still, it's fun to, you know, joke about it, mostly. You never know, you know? Endermen are completely passive and what? Hacker fairy? Huh? Now I have 3 fairies. Alright. I still don't know what the fairies do. But I have 3 now, I guess. It looks like there's at least 4. Because the hacker fairy is sitting in a position, you know, like if you look, the golden pink fairies are like right there. And then there's like a space between the pink one and the green one. So there must be another fairy that slots into that spot. There's a cat over here. Lyle Fix. Hi. Don't think this game has a screenshot button. So I will just have to use my usual you know, options for screenshotting. Hi? Before gods, before stars, there's only one, the Earthscale, the first beast. It moved through nothing, and where it stepped, land was born. Gods found it dreaming in the deep and feared it. So they built the world around it, gently, quietly, so as not to wake it. I believe it dreams still. Thank you for not waking it now. The wise old giant turtle has bestowed your shop with a blessing of shell and bark. I... So that's a thing. A giant freaking turtle over there. Hey, dinos. Don't seem to be able to interact with this particular rock. Whee! Down we go. Ninjabbit. Whoop. When you click on Ninjabbit, you get pushed away. Awesomesaurus. Cocoraptor. Nope, I can't jump up there. I have a lot of stone. Do you think I can sell the stone? Like, do you think anybody will buy stone if I sell it in my shop? I don't know what you buy stone for. But we're level 8 mining. Hush up. Just random freaking calls on my phone. If you ever hear the Gurgashi theme from Mabinogi play in the background, it's just my phone. Because freaking, like, I never used to get any phone calls, and then I got disabled, which required me to, like, put my information out there. You know, by, like, going out and getting, like, health insurance and stuff like that. Stuff that I had never had to do prior to getting, you know, things I hadn't had to do prior to getting to being disabled. And now it's just like, oh, you know, those companies make their money by selling your data, your information. And so now your phone number is just out there for anybody who could ever want it. So if you hold them up, then you can walk around and carry them. Whoosh. Right into the water. Otherwise, because you're a wisp, they carry you. Whoosh. They just walk on the water too. Suppose that makes sense. Boy, we've done a whole lot of Shop Simulator since we started this game, haven't we? We have done a single day's worth of Shop Simulator. The last almost like 40 minutes have been me just wandering around looking for stuff, exploring the world. I mean, if you're gonna make an open world game that I can explore, I'm gonna explore. Like, just straight up. If you make an open world game for me to explore, exploring will be done. There's like a castle over here. Bloodberry. I have 1,000 stone. Hello? Can I get in? Probably not. Probably no way to get inside. You know, other than the gate, which you don't seem to be able to pass through yet. I mean, it should be noted that it is only day 2. There probably is like a bunch of stuff that can still be unlocked in the world. Whisper Hoove. Level 4 tending. Yeah, now it's like, okay, which ones have I and which ones haven't I tended to? That one. I had not tended to that one. Also, the like cooldown on like item collecting is per item, per like object. So if there's like multiple things that you can interact with at once, like this, I could just like go back and forth between them. Sangrelith ore. Red fairy. Hey! What? Nope, the red fairy went in between the orange and the pink fairy. I was like, that's our missing fairy, but no. So that means that there's like many more fairies. In that case. Dragon's blood shard. Ember berries. Not elderberries, ember berries. And more Sangrelith ore. Oh, I think that was just the particles. Orange meow. How much stuff is there? Like, how much stuff is there to interact with and do in this game? Like, there's so many things. Like, I can't even imagine trying to do this every day where you get everything every time. Mochadile. Wee! Wee! See, I can collect even faster if I do this. Because the cooldown on item collection is per object. So I just collect massive amounts of everything by doing that. These are some kind of ruins. More whisper hooves. More azure berries. I've got like 300 of those now. Somehow the water is rendering over me. It's also doing that to the fairies like particles. The fairies are fine, but their particles are like rendering underneath the water. It must be a particle-based thing, and the wisp form must just be like a particle as opposed to any kind of model. Meanwhile, the fairies have some form of model because they have the wings, probably. Burn by charts. Like, I'm kind of curious to find all these fairies. Just because I'm curious, like, how many there are. But, like, I also just have no idea where the other fairies are. Each of these fairies has been in, like, a completely seemingly random, like, out of the way area. Lavendrite. Also, this tree does not go into the hill here. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the assets are like prefabs. That's not the word I'm looking for, but like they weren't made for this game as much as they were like bought off a store or something. You know? I mean, I feel like that's something that you'd just be like, oops. And then you'd fix. If, you know, you made the asset yourself. Meanwhile, if you're buying a bunch of assets off like the Unity store, for example, you know, it's like, okay, I'm looking for like a specific style of asset, and you can easily pick up several of a specific style of asset. You know? And I mean, it's not like I don't do that for my game. Freaking the game that I'm working on is using a bunch of RPG Maker, like, sold assets. Like, I haven't made anything for the game except for some of the, like, icons. Most of what I've been using have either been found on itch.io or downloaded off of, you know, the RPG Maker DLC or things like that. Level 9 harvesting. Hi, shopkeeper. We think this would be a perfect place to dedicate a statue to Luna, the goddess of light. This will be a multi-day contract to require various resources, but at each stage you will receive +1 max shopper. Let's start with stone. We need 500 to enclose this area for further construction. Sure. Thank you. We'll make progress by tomorrow morning. Ooh. It's a good thing I freaking picked up all that stone then. Yeah, I'm just thinking like, well, am I just gonna like sell all of this stone at the store? But no, there actually is like stuff to use it for. So that's cool. Like there's like little quests and stuff around the world. Have I not been down here yet? Good lord. Well, I've interacted with these guys. I wonder if stuff is regenerating after a while, or... like how that works exactly. Mining level 9. Nope, just one rock. Oh, I haven't interacted with the Dawn Feathers yet. Tornado. Cool. And this, the world is just so big. There's just so much. This feels like what Supermarket Simulator wants to do, or wanted, or, you know, was trying to do with like their city. You know, it's like, here's a big open world and you can go around and like do stuff in it to like help out your store. And then they just had no idea. Huh? If you double tap space, you apparently get like slow falling. You get like a mini float. It's not like flight, because I can't like go up or down. Well, I go down, but the down is automatic. But I get like a little, like, floaty. I get like floaty. Have I been up here? I have not. I went under this rock, but I didn't go above this rock. Whee! Floaty McFloaterson! That's interesting. I wonder if you can do that to get, like, if you're meant to do that to get to certain places. Like, maybe over here, you know? Maybe just, like, jumping across wouldn't be enough. There's a ferry over here. White ferry. Good God. Like, now I'm even more invested in finding all of these ferries. Because it's like, well, I guess we found as many as we're going to get. And just as I'm, like, thinking to say that, there's another ferry. You know? Wee floaty. I don't know what the fairies do, but I keep finding them. They really are just like way the heck out in these like hidden areas. Hush. My phone. Like there was the one up in that, up by that like giant turtle dude, for example. And so you had to like go up and like around the giant turtle to find it. Had to do some kind of funky parkour. I mean, it wasn't difficult, it was just kind of a little kind of funky. So I thought maybe that was that could be like where a ferry was, but it was not. That's gonna make somebody dizzy. I feel like there's probably a ferry somewhere over there. That like you have to do like certain jumps to get around and reach that. Maple. Jasper. Whee! Also, when you're like in glide mode, you just automatically go forward. Like, it doesn't stop you from going forward unless you, like, hit a button to, like, turn around. Like, see, I'm not even holding any buttons right now. But if I push forward, and I start going in this direction. And it just lets me keep going until I hit another direction. There's a tree under the water. Whoops. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I think one of the devs stuck that out there for some reason and then didn't realize that they didn't get rid of it. I don't know, do I keep going this way? I mean, there's a warp stone right there. And that takes me back. Like, that'll teleport me back. But, like, I'm curious if there's, like, anything out here. I'm the person that in classic World of Warcraft swam the entire length of Out of Boundium. Nice. I'm the person that in World of Warcraft, back in the original classic days, like, swam all the way the frick around the world just to see what was out there. And it took like 2 hours just to get from Westfall to like the northern half up by like Menethil. And then I had no idea how to, like, get back. So I'm up in Menethil Harbor at, like, level 15. And that's, like, a level 30 zone. Hey, more Out of Boundium. So I'm, like, trying everything I can to, like, not die. As I'm, like, running, trying to figure out how to get back without swimming. And obviously I did eventually make it, you know, over to Dunmorrow, and then, you know, through from Ironforge into, you know, the Deep Run tram and so on. I mean, yeah, we're definitely in the out of bounds. Like, how far can you go, I wonder? Like, if I go over into the low poly area there, like, does it still have collision? Oh my gosh, look at this. The terrain just cuts off. But why did they let me come over here, is the question. Nope. I was wondering if I could, like, climb that, if maybe that was some kind of indication that they had, like, set something up so you could, like, climb up it or something. But nope. Like, you give me a world to explore and I'm gonna explore it. If you then don't put boundaries, I'm not gonna... Like, I'm gonna walk out them. You know? Like, if you don't put something to block me, I'm gonna go. What the frick is going on here with the water? It's like reflecting him in a really weird way. I mean, okay, they put stuff out here for you to discover, so clearly they expected you to get out here in some way, but still. It does make me wonder, like, where are the boundaries? You know? Could I, from here, find a way to get to that castle? I like that the water just begins here. Like, it's not that there's, like, some lake up here or anything. There's just the beginning of the waterfall here. I wonder where that castle was. Oh yeah, there you go. Now there isn't... Now the water's not, like, reflecting the giant turtle. The castle, that must have been over this way somewhere, I assume. Don't mind me, just exploring the out of bounds while I can. If you don't explore the out of bounds while you can, are you really an explorer? Hey look, there's the castle. Oh, there's some out of boundium. Like, can you really call yourself an explorer if you're not exploring the out of bounds? Yup, definitely out of bounds. It just freaking cuts off there. This is hilarious. They're just like, you know what? You can get out of bounds here. It's fine. There'll be a little fun Easter egg for players who do this. Is not bug, is feature. You know? This is amazing. I love that this is a whole thing that you can do. Like, not just that you can do, but like they planned for you to do. Makes me wonder if there's like an out of bounds fairy. What? I can't. This archway has collision, so I can't go out. Well, now we've reached the bottom. I do wonder, like, if the fairies had anything to do with my ability to get out. I mean, one of them is the hacker fairy, right? So, like, maybe the hacker fairy. What the frick? The bridge that doesn't even connect. Like, maybe the hacker fairy, like, disconnects. Whoa, okay. Huh. I appear to now be stuck. Which I imagine is why they have a teleport home feature. Alright. Well, that was fun. You know? I actually had fun with that. You know? It's fun to explore the world. Magical brick of gold. The book of almost everything. Summoner's Tribute. And I can buy licenses. I can hire an Earth Wisp to stock. 150 higher cost, 100 gold per day cost. I can change the shop name. Wowie. And like, so I can like pick like ghost berries. And it'll give me a crate of ghost berries now that I can sell. Except that before I can do that, I actually need another produce display. I will say, one of the things I am noticing about this that's different from Supermarket Sim is that stuff here is like a lot different. But what am I trying to say? Cheaper. That's the word I'm looking for. Like, it only costs $14 or 14 gold or whatever you want to call it to, like, buy a thing of health potions, you know? I'm not sitting here, like, spending, you know, $100 on a product. You know, it was 10 gold to buy a shelf, not 400 gold. Or dollars, I suppose. 160. 120. 120. You know, like, it only costs a few gold to buy each of these things. So, I mean, these are a bit more expensive, obviously. But still. You know, it's 10 per wall paint. It's kind of it's kind of nice that, you know, buying stuff isn't like breaking, you know, your money, you know, breaking the bank. Just so that you can, you know, have a couple of things in stock. More swords. 4 swords? There's a few more than 4 swords there, in honesty. Let's go ahead and buy a crate of, like, each of these, just to have some extra in stock. And we'll light the candle of time. Still not worthy. I do wonder where the other fairies are. I wonder if, like, finding them is something that I need to consider doing for any reason. Two swords. 60 cents return. $18.77. This guy looks like he's from World of Warcraft, though. Like, look at him. Like, he almost looks like he's like a high def, like, World of Warcraft model In fact, a lot of these kind of remind me of like World of Warcraft models. I don't think they are. I'm just saying that they kind of make me think of World of Warcraft's models a bit. Kind of a similar art style. Just like a high quality version. Like high def. Goat! I love that there's just goat adventurers. That makes me laugh. Buying my berries, are ya? You know, I worked hard to harvest those berries. I never knew that I wanted a goat adventurer race before. But now that I see a goat here, I'm like, I want a goat adventurer race in D&D now. Like 363. $9.99. I'm very confused by the money that I'm getting, because I swear I set all of the money to be like exact amounts. Maybe it's because I've got like percentage profit up or something. And so when it adds that, it's like doing weird things. 1220. Giant turtle enchantment. You look very World of Warcraftian with that hair. Again, that's the hairstyle I used for my gnome. The like pigtails hairstyle. This lady only has one eye. That's interesting. Kind of a neat little, like, thing, you know? $27.28. Yeah, there's a 10% markup on all the prices, by the way, because a giant turtle said so. So you'll just have to kind of deal with that. I know it's not listed in our prices, but I mean, a giant turtle said so, so I'm not so sure I get a say in that, you know? When the freaking turtle god tells you charge 10% more, you don't exactly argue, you know? Oop, $18. Just gonna stock a couple mana potions right quick. Thank you for your patronage. Once again, sorry that it's not marked on the sign, but there's a 10% markup on all items due to the turtle god telling me to, you know, do that. So you'll just have to all kind of deal with that. Nope. 37. $278. I like the mage pad. That is honestly super helpful. Like, I do get that, you know, part of, you know, the whole supermarket thing, the whole shop thing, is like giving back change and everything, but like, there's a reason why one of the popular mods for Supermarket Sim is the one that allows you to force customers to use credit instead of cash. Not bad. I feel like we had less customers than last time. I feel like that's part of it. Because, like, we leveled all the way up to 3 last time. But we didn't, like, level up to 4. Or, like, really even sell a lot of our product this time. So, like, we didn't sell, like, look at this. I've got 2 things of health potions left, you know? Crates with items can be stored in the bag of endless storage. Oh. That they can be. Huh. Neat. Of course, now all those items are just in here. But I assume this is essentially the storage, like, system. And so, like, if I were to, you know, go in and hire, like, an Earth Wisp for stocking, he could probably pull from that. She's super helpful. If you need a break from the register, just close it and let them do the work. can glide by pressing the jump button while you're in the air. Whee! Found the sun apple sprite hidden in the orchard? It's a fruity little secret. Well, maybe? The more you grow your shop, the more happy shoppers can fit inside. Room for everyone. Make sure to talk to new friends. Some don't speak, but they still bring magical surprises. I think the orange fairy was the orchard fairy, wasn't she? Orchard sprite, whatever you want to call it. Why do I sleep in a bed, though, if I'm a wisp? Like, why do I sleep in a very human bed if I'm a wisp? Hey, I keep all my fairies. Huh? Boulder? I'm just riding on a boulder. And it's fast. Alrighty. What? You weren't there before. This guy wasn't here before. Giant, like, tree god. Like, good lord. Greetings again. Let me tell you of a fire I did not stop. It burned through a dry grove, one I'd grown with care, leaf by leaf. At first I raged, but the flames danced clean, not cruel. When it was done, the soil was richer, the air sweeter, and the seeds I thought lost began to stir. Sometimes destruction is only change in disguise. Thank you for letting me speak this softly. Increased profits and increased fruit harvest. Ooh. Cool. Also, there's like a soft fog over everything today. I wonder... I'm a wisp. Wisps are, generally speaking, a type of ghostly spirit. Could this be my grave? I wonder if I was human or of some race. And then I died. But I cared so much about like working as a shop tender that I stayed alive as like a wisp. Hi, shopkeeper. We need to build a path to where we would like to place the statue. For this, we need more stone. 750. Thank you. We'll make progress by tomorrow morning. Cool. I don't know how much stone I have left now. But I probably should make sure to collect more in that case. I like the gliding. Just like the gentle floating across this the air. Like that. Just do, you know. This game is cool, man. Like, if you like Supermarket Simulator and kind of want something like it, but don't want Supermarket Simulator itself, this is a good. This is good. You know, this is good. It's chill. Wow. I used like all of my stone. I did have the 750, but like, wow. I used all of it, man. I only had like 30 something. Whee! Gliding around at the speed of sound. But not really, actually, 'cause we are slow as frick. Actually, we're not that slow. I'm not complaining about the movement speed. It's kind of neat, actually. I mean, I have the run on. I just, like, haven't turned it off at all. Because the walk speed is really slow. But the run speed is good. Like, I feel like the run speed should be the walk speed. And then the run speed should be like faster. But not like ridiculously fast, you know? Because you want it to still be, you know, usable and controllable. Obviously. Whee! But yeah, this is... Like, this is just a really chill supermarket simulator, basically. And I like it. I think this was how I got out of bounds last time, was we went this way. And if the out of boundium has regenerated, I want to get some more of it. Yeah, because there's the underwater tree over there. Whee! Sliding around to get out of bounds. This game has no boundaries and I can go anywhere. That was not in line with the song at all. Whatever. I don't do music. Like, let's just be straight up honest. I don't do music. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that when I glide, I have like a different, like, shape. That's cool. There's more out of boundium. Wonder if I can sell the out of boundium for a good amount. Because, like, it's got to be rare, right? Considering that, you know, you have to go out of bounds. So surely that will reflect, like, in-game lore-wise. And that it'll be, like, super, like, expensive. I don't know, I didn't have very much, so I didn't want to try to sell it yet. Like, if it's not worth, like, anything, then it would be kind of pointless to try to, like, sell it when I've only got a tiny amount, you know? Also, we didn't actually go this way at all last time. Doesn't look like there's anything out here, but I thought, hey, you know, maybe there's some extra out of boundium over here or something. Since we hadn't ever actually been over this way, but nope. Nothing. I love the way the terrain just warps because you're out of bounds. I will say, for being an out-of-bounds area, this is very well designed. You know, there aren't any, like, sharp cuts in the terrain or anything like that. But at the same time, like, is it really out of bounds? Like, is this truly out of bounds, considering that, you know, we can get here without any concern, and the devs clearly put stuff out here in case you did come out this way, you know? So they were very clearly aware, you know, of the out of bounds. And thus, while it's out of bounds, they may have worked to smooth a few things over. just so that like you weren't falling into, you know, holes in the terrain or things like that. That said, I mean, speaking of sharp cuts in the terrain, I think I would classify this as a sharp cut in the terrain. I've never seen a game that not only lets you get out of bounds, but encourages the exploration of the out of bounds. You know? That said, there is not a lot out here, in fairness. You know? I was gonna say, I don't suppose there's an auto walk function. Not that I can see. I needed 2 hands to be able to do in order to open this bottle here. I didn't just want to like stop in the middle of nothing, you know. But that's what I ended up having to do. I suppose I could like try to find something to like hold the button down, but you do get 8 out of boundium per. But there doesn't appear to be a lot of it. Well, there's a giant turtle again. Whee! Can I get on the giant turtle? Nope. If I fall into the turtle kicks me out and sends me flying. That's amazing. Shoop. Petting the cats does not advance my tending at all. Which is understandable. I mean, you can just continuously do that. So that would be kind of cheesy to just be able to keep clicking the cats and level up your tending. But now I kind of feel like I have to like come around and get more stone. Because like the first thing was 500 stone, and the second one was 750. So like the one after that's probably gonna be like 1,000. So like I need to be harvesting stone. Need to harvest all the stone. Mining level up. 1.8 times speed. Cool. So almost at 2 times speed. Hi, Big Turtle. Yonder's edge lies a shattered world the gods do not speak of. Was once whole until pride split it into shards. Each became a realm. Each birthed new peoples, new hopes, new pains. One shard fell forgotten, but from it rose a wanderer, nameless and faceless, who carried 1,000 memories in silence. The stars called them stranger, the other stars. They knew they were the whole made from the broken. Thank you, even lost stars can find their shape again. Am I the lost shard? Am I the lost star that found its shape? Because it's 1,000 memories, as in like a bunch of players. That would be really cool, honestly. Like lore-wise. It's like you are, you know, like multiple people. Because you literally are multiple people. Because there's so many people that are playing the game. And each person is part of the world themselves. Themselves. Like, I am canonically part of the lore of this game. Just by virtue of being a player. Kind of like No Man's Sky in a way. You know? How the Traveler is not like an entity in the game, but they are their own thing. Although I guess they have added like travelers to the game as like NPCs. For you to like encounter. You are both the first and the last. No Man's Sky is an interesting game, to be honest. Like, I know a lot of people are still upset at how the game, like, released. But, like, come on. It's been so long since then. You know? And the game has added, like, everything that everybody has wanted. Like, everything that people were expecting upon game release has been added to the game in some way. It's like, at some point, you just gotta be like, alright, you know, like, they have done, they have realized their mistake and they have done the work, you know, to try to, you know, bring people back to the game. Gentle spirit of the water elemental has graced your shot. Whoa! Hi there! You weren't here yesterday. Can I talk to you somehow? I guess I could just go across the water. Nope. I cannot interact with him like I can the others. Well, hi there, sir. You are freaking massive. Figured I'd see what this, like, foggy day looks like on the higher graphic settings. That looks nice. I think it looks nice. Got like a little mist effect that goes across the screen, which is neat. Representing the fact that it's all kind of misty out today. Oh yeah, it's like raining. That's what's going on. The rain doesn't like display. Like there's no actual like rain particles. It's only like here that you can even tell that it's like actually raining. And there are like drippy drop, you know, particles even on my preferred graphic setting of medium, because it doesn't do the like bright is bright and dark is dark thing. Let's see if high is a happy medium. You know? With the dark, maybe the dark won't be dark. Like maybe the dark won't be like super dark, but the brights won't be like super bright. But it'll still like look really good. Wait, Violet Fairy. Well, we have a new fairy. We have found a new fairy. I do wonder, like, so there's a season thing. You know, it's spring right now. Like, I wonder how many, like, days are in a season. Like, okay, I'm sitting here collecting, like, all these berries, right? And then they're going to be not available next season. Like, am I looking to stock up for, like, just, you know, a couple of days? You know, is it the usual 28 days per season? I feel like this is something important. Maybe that's a quest for another day. Mining level 11. This game also is in early access. And so, like, I wonder how much more stuff is going to be added by the time the whole game is actually complete. And how many of the systems will get completely overhauled. For example, if I were to release the game that I'm making into early access, there would be like every patch where like entire save like data would have to be like redone. Like save files would not be compatible between patches because it's really not even in like a beta state, you know? It's very much in like an alpha state where there's still a lot of things that are being designed just in general. Like the combat system has been reworked like 4 times. And I've made significant changes to several things in the game. Like, I've reprogrammed everybody's skills and what skills they have and when they can learn them multiple times. Hey! Easy out of bounds. There was some out of boundium here that I didn't get last time that I was gonna pick up, but I wanted to explore the castle, and then the tower literally didn't have an interior. Sure. I love this. I've never seen a game that's like, hey, go explore the out of bounds. Go explore the incomplete content and be rewarded for it. You know? Don't know if there's a floor. There is. Okay. This is solid. So that's interesting. Now I gotta get back inbound. Like, now I gotta get back inbounds. Of course, I'm gonna keep looking around a little bit for more out of boundium while I'm already out here. But I don't think there's a lot of it from what I've seen so far. I do also wonder how much of this is, like, when the full game comes out, right? Like, how much of this will be accessible? You know, will Out of Boundium be a, will out of boundium even be a thing? You know? Ooh. There are 3 pieces. Oh. Hi. Is this supposed to be like a thing to try and entice players to go out of bounds? Like, you're down there and you look up and you see this majestic unicorn. And you're like, oh, well, how do I get there? And then you actually find your way out of bounds. You realize the only way to get up here is to get out of bounds itself. And thus figure out that you even can. Is getting out of bounds part of the lore? That would be really interesting, actually, if that was the case. It's like, yes, you're actually meant to be able to get out of bounds. It's not just, here's a fun little Easter egg, but like, maybe there's actually like lore out here, you know? And they just haven't explored it enough. Mostly, I've just been concerned. It's like, I don't know where the actual out of bounds is, you know? Because, like, at some point, you're gonna run out of collision. And that's just the way it is. You know, the world can't go on infinitely. Not without, like, you know, procedural generation like Minecraft has. And none of this is procedurally generated as far as I've been able to ascertain. Like, all of this looks like it does in, like, the Game Grumps videos, you know? So I don't think any of this is, like, procedurally generated. And if the world has no procedural generation, you're gonna eventually run out of world. You know? Like, could I get out there? Out to the low poly mountains that are out there. Or would I be, like, in danger of, like, falling through the world at some point out there, you know? I don't know. Part of me wants to find out, but part of me also doesn't. Like, I suppose there is a teleport home function, so I can't, like, soft lock myself. Like the Game Grumps did in Sonic Boom when they fell through the world. Because they were using the Knuckles glitch. Oh my god, that game. And that, you have to remember, Sonic Boom was a completed game. And it was like that stupidly broken. Oh, have I been to these already? Can't interact with any of them. Yes, I've been over here. I would love to do that though, myself. Make a game where there is some kind of like secret out of bounds, you know, something. But then make it lore related. It's like, oh, actually, you know, you're meant to be able to get out here. But, like, it's hidden in a manner that makes it seem like it's a glitch. But is not glitch, is feature, you know? And so it feels like a bug, but then you're like, oh, actually it's not a, you know, glitch. You're supposed to be able to come out here. And like there's a whole bunch of like lore related to the game and the world in some way. And the thing is that I have a universe that could work for. You know? Like, I can technically do that with my universe. You know, lore-wise, like, being able to escape the universe. Like, it actually works, you know? That there would be a lore reason for it. Or I should say that there is, like, a lore reason why a character would be able to do that in my universe. I just don't know a good way to do that, unfortunately. I'm not smart enough to come up with something like that. You know, I'm no Toby Fox. Hey, listen! It's freaking Navi. Well, I'm missing at least one fairy. I don't know if I'm missing more, but the 2 fairies we've now collected have filled in most of the empty space. There's still that one in between the white and the orange that still has an empty space. And it's always possible that there could just be more beyond that as well, so. Like the unfortunate thing that I find myself, like the unfortunate situation that I find myself in is I have a brilliant idea for my world and the universe, but I don't have the skill to execute any of it. You know? I don't have the programming knowledge to make a game outside of like RPG Maker. And I'm not like clever enough to come up with like fun, quirky little, you know, weird things like that that could be in a game for players to find. But I have a world where that kind of stuff could absolutely exist. Sorry, I'm sure that was dizzying. At least you got the Zelda fairy, that's true. And like, the even more unfortunate part is I don't have the ability, and so like I would have to look into, you know, maybe trying to get somebody else to do it, somebody that has the ability, but I don't have the money to pay for somebody else to do it. You know, it would have to be somebody offers to do it under the guise of like, you know, I would give them like 75% of the money, you know, from like sales or something. You know, it would have to be a, like, you get, you know, money after the game comes out kind of contract, which I would have no problem doing. I just have not found anybody that is willing to do that. Like all the people that I know are the, yeah, I'm a, you know, cash up front person. I'm like, that's perfectly understandable, you know? Like, if the project doesn't go anywhere, and then you end up, like, doing a bunch of work, but then it doesn't go anywhere, like, now you're basically just out of a bunch of, you know, labor, essentially. You know? You did a bunch of labor for nothing. So it's completely understandable, you know? And I definitely don't, you know, begrudge anybody for being unwilling to do it. It's just that that's unfortunately the only method that I have at my disposal. And it's like, I could do some, you know, I could think of like maybe a Kickstarter. But I feel like you would need some kind of like demo. You know, like all of the successful Kickstarters that I've ever seen have always been like, I put out a demo and you can play the demo, and then people play it and they're like, this is really good. And so I'll pledge. And the unsuccessful Kickstarters are the ones that are the, hey, I have an idea, can you help support it? And then there's no, like, product to even begin with. And so people are just like, well, I can either, you know, donate and hope maybe that something will come out of this when there's nothing to begin with, or I can just not do that at all, and then I'm not out any money. You know? And again, I don't begrudge anybody for that. That makes total sense, and that is the choice I would make. You know? It's like, well, show me... Like, the problem with the Minecraft mob vote was always that they said, hey, vote on these concepts without any, like, you know, idea of, like, you know, without any, like, product, you know, any example of the product. And so people could only go off of speculation, and then the speculation ends up being wrong. Like, you have to have something... Oh.
Dude, I'm not even gonna drop any minerals. Why'd you do that?
That's right, this is the talking rock. Like, you need to have something, you know? And I feel like a successful Kickstarter would start with, I have a trailer, I have a demo, you know, here's my idea and demo and such. And so it's like, I would love to do, you know, some kind of Kickstarter for, you know, the production of the game. But I feel like there needs to be something to show, you know, what some level of the product will be before it would be successful. You know? Then again, this is how you also end up with games like Yandere Simulator, who have been in game development for freaking 9 years, and the game hasn't even gotten past, what, week 1? Because the freaking dev of that game keep being like, well, but what if I add a whole bunch of these things and add these things, and eventually you reach a point where, you know, you have to say, like, okay, it's good, like, it's done, let's put it out. And Yandere Simulator has not done that. Yandere Simulator, the dev just keep being like, oh, but I can make the game better and better and better and better, and nothing ends up coming out for it. But hey, at least he's getting like $5,000 a freaking month on Patreon. Hi? Well, I can't interact with it. And it's got some rendering issues. So whatever it is, I'm gonna assume is not a completed feature. And this is the bridge where I found the white fairy. So I don't think there's going to be any fairies around here. It mentioned the Orchard Fairy, but I might have gotten that one since I didn't find a fairy over there. But yeah, the white fairy was right there. I haven't seen any sign of like any other fairies in this area. I keep like stopping myself from falling using the glide feature. Like as if I'm gonna take fall damage if I don't switch to glide. But there is no fall damage. So I don't need to glide. Like I can just fall straight down and be fine, you know? I don't need to like stop myself with the glide. But I keep doing it anyway. And I interacted, yeah, okay, I interacted with all of them already. I'm not sure where else to go to find any more fairies, if I can be honest. I feel like we've pretty well explored the world. Alright, that's Mappy. I feel like I've pretty well explored the majority of the world at this point. So I'm really not sure what's left that I haven't explored. It would certainly help if I had some idea of where I found each of the fairies to begin with. But I don't even remember that much. Unfortunately, because there's just so much to explore in so many areas, and I have such a bad sense of direction, which I'm told is a dyscalculia thing. Like, people who have dyscalculia, like I do, also have trouble with, like, directionality. And like having a sense of direction. I don't know if that's true, but that is what I have been told. So but there's definitely at least one more fairy to find somewhere. I just don't know where. And I don't know that there's enough people out there that have even played this game that anyone, like, would even know where all the fairies are. You know? Like, I didn't know this game even existed until the Game Grumps played it. Just, what? 2 days ago? 3 days ago? But, like, the moment that I saw the game, I saw them playing it and was, like, I'm looking at the game, I'm just like, oh. That's a game I want to play. That's the wild thing, though, is that we live in a day and age where you can learn about like the existence of entire games purely because one person on YouTube played it. Or on Twitch. I mean, I've seen several games that I wouldn't know of because of freaking Vinny, so. Yeah, and like Scarox just said, he's never heard of this game either, so. Like, he's only knowing of this game because he's watching me play it now. Like, it's such a wild, like, different time for, like, people that grew up in my era, For those of us who grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s, like, you only knew about a game back then because either you had a subscription to a game magazine and they were like, hey, here's this game. A friend would play it, a friend would have it, like you would go over to a friend's house for a day and they'd be like, hey, I've got this weird game. And they would like show it to you. And you'd be like, whoa. That's what happened with Legend of Zelda and Quest 64. I should say technically it wasn't me. It was my brother. He had a friend who had Quest 64 and Ocarina of Time. And my brother liked it so much, but liked both games so much, that he was like, hey, check this game out. And we played it on our totally legitimate N64 that we had at that time. Totally legitimate. Yep. 100%. It totally wasn't an emulator that my brother downloaded purely for the sake of playing Legend of Zelda, and then he downloaded Majora's Mask instead of Ocarina of Time. And then he didn't like it. He didn't like Majora's Mask. But I did. And so I played Majora's Mask. To which it took me 10 years to beat. I still want to do an Ocarina of Time run where I play through the game exactly the way that I played Ocarina of Time the very first time I played it. Because people still don't believe me when I say, like, I have no nostalgia for Ocarina of Time because Ocarina of Time was just completely broken for me. And it's not difficult to do. Like, I know exactly how to go about setting it up. I could even do it on the PC port. If I really wanted to. Like, I know what happened. With like, the hindsight, like, I know what happened. And I know why it happened. And I can replicate it again. Because I know why it happened. You know? Like, I could easily replicate what I did back then. So that I can show people. But, like, I, back then, did not know, like, why it was so bugged out. And so I have no nostalgia at all for Ocarina of Time, because when I played Ocarina of Time, it was a half-hour long game. Well, 45 minutes, maybe. Maybe not half an hour, but like, from start to finish, I was able to complete the whole game in like 45 minutes. And so I have zero nostalgia for it. Because for me, Ocarina of Time's entire gameplay loop was, you started in the Kokiri Forest, you left the Kokiri Forest immediately. There was no going to the Deku Tree. You did not do that. You got the Ocarina from Saria. You walked to Hyrule Town. You saw the cutscene where the princess is escaping with Impa. You went in, you picked up the Master Sword at the Temple of Time. Well, you picked up the Ocarina of Time. And then you went in and you picked up the Master Sword at the Temple of Time. You went forward 7 years in time. You got the cutscene with Sheik. The second cutscene with Sheik. You didn't get the first cutscene with Sheik. You got the last cutscene with Sheik. And then Zelda got captured. And you went to Ganon's castle. And you fought Ganon. And that's the entire game. That is literally what the entire game was for me. I really wish I had some idea of where this last fairy was. Like, technically I'm still finding new stuff. But I'm still not finding this last fairy. Like, apparently there's just still so much more that I haven't collected. Like this area here. Oh, and the other thing with, like, my playthrough, like, back when I was a kid, the, Forest Temple was literally impossible to complete. Because even though every single strategy guide out there said, pull the blocks and move them, That was just something you couldn't do. And back then I had no idea why. Now I do. It's because I didn't have the Goron bracelet. Which is interesting that there would be a, like, condition for that with the blocks in the Forest Temple. Because, like, there's no way that you would get to the Forest Temple without getting the Goron bracelet first. So it's weird that there's a condition for the, like, blocks in the Forest Temple where you can't, like, move them without the Goron bracelet. There must have been something that they had planned. There must have been something that they planned that was going to involve, like, you getting there beforehand. That they just didn't end up being there in the final product. And I do know that in interviews, Shigeru Miyamoto has stated, like, you know, the dungeons kept getting moved around a lot. Sometimes, you know, you would have to do, like, the Spirit Temple first or something, you know. I'm just kind of giving that as an example. That's not what he actually said. But the order of dungeons was moved around. How did you get to the Forest Temple without the Goron bracelet? Well, again, and you probably weren't here when I mentioned it prior. When I played Ocarina of Time the first time, I didn't even do the Deku Tree at all. You started in the Kokiri Forest. As soon as the intro scene there was done, you left the Kokiri Forest. You didn't pick up the shield, you didn't pick up the sword, you didn't pick up any of the other stuff. You got the Saria cutscene, where you get the ocarina. And then you walk to Castletown and you get the cutscene where Zelda is fleeing with Impa. And then you walked into Castletown after picking up the Ocarina of Time. You went straight to the Temple of Time. And you picked up the Master Sword. And so then you got to the future without having done anything else in the game. Isn't the door closed until you get the 3 gems? Yes. The door is closed until you get the 3 gems. And you play the Song of Time. But that wasn't true in my game. I didn't have to pick up the 3 gems. All I had to do was pick up the Ocarina of Time, which taught me the Song of Time, and then I used the Song of Time to get inside. And then you just grab the Master Sword. I did not have to do anything else prior to that. It was literally from Kakariko to the Master Sword. Without anything else in between, basically. Didn't do any dungeons. And so I was very confused as a kid. Like, I didn't understand at all, like, the game, because it didn't work correctly for me. But I wasn't aware that it wasn't working correctly. You know? Because I had never played the game before. Like, that was literally my first experience with Ocarina of Time. But yeah, you walk in, you play the Song of Time at the pedestal. The door of time opens. You walk in, you grab the Master Sword. It sends you 7 years into the future. You get the cutscene with Rauru, who's like, "Don't be alarmed. It's been 7 years, you know?" And it's like, oh, okay. And then, when you then turn around and leave that cutscene, when the Temple of Light cutscene finishes, you get the you returning to the Temple of Time cutscene as if you have collected all of the medallions. And you get the light arrows and everything. And Zelda gets captured. Meaning I didn't even meet Sheik before I got the cutscene that tells you, you know, Sheik is, I'm not going to say, because I'm sure everybody here is aware, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't played the game. It's a fairy! Huh? Space goblins! What the frick is this? Your copy must have been pretty fricked up. Yes, it was. And there was a reason for that. Like, I know exactly what happened, and I know why it happened. Like, now I do. But I did not understand at all what was wrong back then. But I know exactly, like, nowadays, like, I know exactly what happened, and I know exactly how to replicate it. So I could legitimately do, like, a playthrough of the game with that. But no, it's not like it's not like a speedrunner tactic or anything. It's not something you could actually do on real hardware. It's entirely due to emulation. Because the first time I played Ocarina of Time, it was definitely on my legitimate N64 and not on an emulator at all. Well, this explains why I wasn't able to find the gold fairy at first. This is just straight up out of bounds. Like, there's no way to get up here without going out of bounds. But this is a neat little, like, Easter egg area. Well, maybe you can. Oh, no, I see. Yep. You could go right up here to get up there. Never mind. It's not out of bounds. I thought it was because I got here via going out of bounds. But I see the path now. Now that I've got here, I can see how to, like, get up here normally. So. But yeah, like, I legitimately have no nostalgia for Ocarina of Time. Because it took 10 years for me to even realize that I was playing the game incorrectly. Like, I had a concept. Like, I had an idea in my head that something was wrong. But I didn't know what, and I didn't care. It was fun to mess around with it and play various stuff. But I never, like, tried to figure out what was wrong or why it was bugged out or anything like that. You know, back in the day. It wasn't until I had to actually sit down and play the game legitimately that I realized, like, oh, like, this is what was wrong, you know? But I keep saying I want to do that, like, do a playthrough that's based off of my original, like, first run of the game, just so that people can see exactly what happened and why. Because again, I know what happened and I know how to replicate it, but it would not be difficult at all. I could even do it on the PC port. I think I've actually explored everywhere and obtained everything on the map now. Well, except for these crops right here. I've got 2,000 azure berries. Good Lord. This is what happens when you give me a game that I can just explore. Like, I haven't even... This is day 3. And we've been playing for almost 4 hours now. Like, I haven't even been doing the shop part. I've just been doing the exploration and stuff. Mostly because I wanted to find all the fairies. But now I found all the fairies. I don't know if the fairies do anything for me. But I have all the fairies now. So now I feel like I have completed everything. Oh my lord, I hate it. Why? Lower the graphic settings back down. I don't know why, like, everything that is dark must be extremely dark. And everything that is bright must be extremely bright. I don't understand why that is the way the games are nowadays. But that's just how, quote-unquote, good games, good-looking games are. And I hate it. I hate it so much. I mean, maybe it's the fact that I'm like, you know, half blind. And so when things that are dark are really dark, I can't see squat. And when the things that are light are really bright, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so bright I can't see anything. I mean, that's 100% what it is. But, I'm just saying. Let's buy the Toy Maker slime set. Sewer slime, water slime, cave slime, and blood slime. Interesting. One thing I will say about this game that is nice is that you're not punished for not having stuff. In Supermarket Simulator, the very fact that I'm not actually selling, like, the sundew bulbs or the rust bite, like, that would, I would be getting penalized for the fact that I don't have those out anywhere. Because even though I'm not selling them, I have them here, and so therefore, I guess that just means that the NPCs know I should have it. And it just really sucks because you're like, okay, but I'm not selling it. You know? I assume these just go on a shelf. We'll do the double shelf. And that should allow me to put all 4 types of slime. Yeah! Like that. And we'll sell them for $1. Now we'll put the cave slime here. We'll put the blood slime here. And we'll put the water slime over here. $0.72. Really? Good Lord. $1.40. $0.90. Cool. I like the rainbow of fairies, honestly. I think that's really cool. Alright, let's open up the shop. after 2 hours of wandering around and just doing random crap, I'm finally opening the shop. There they are. Okay. There's some kind of like motion blur. I was trying to see if I could turn that off, but I don't see an option for that. Hello? I will say, the character models here are very attractive. They really do remind me of World of Warcraft models. Like, if World of Warcraft was made today, I feel like this is what their models would look like. 25, 17. $21.70. $2. Exact. I am getting some kind of bonus from the 3, like, god creatures. Vedhorn, the giant turtle, and the water elemental. Like, I am getting some kind of, like, profit bonus. So... that definitely seems like a thing that I want to do, is like make sure I go out and talk to them each time so that I get the bonus like profits from them. I am out of swords. At least on the one display. I didn't see the ones on the other display. $21.06. Like, the outfits feel more Fortnite-esque, but the models seem more like World of Warcraft-y. I don't know how to really say... I don't know how else to explain it. Nope, you don't even have change back. $22.33 change back. 22, 25. This was what again? Emberberry. Fruit. Emberberry. There definitely needs to be a search feature. For the bag of endless storage. $0.93. But so far, I think this is a really well done game. You know? Like I said, I have a couple minor gripes. You know? But beyond that, like, I think the game itself is pretty good. Oh, it was mana potions that were out. Not health potions. Yeah, see, I don't like trying to search through this for the stuff. Because, like, where are my mana potions? Here they are. I've got 4. $11.89. So I need to buy. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep the crates out of. I'm gonna just keep crates of like everything that I'm carrying, because that's super annoying having to go through that menu. $7.24. Gonna want to buy some more swords here in just a sec. Oh, you don't even need any cash back then. Swords! $7.57. Oh, you don't even need change back. So get on out of here. You need $7.35. I really like being able to just type it into the keypad instead of having to freaking distribute the cash. That is a super, like, good quality of life feature, honestly. Like, I could do the cash, you know, proper cash back. But, oop, you don't even need any change back. But, like, being able to just type it into the keypad there is so nice. $29.25. Especially for those of us with dyscalculia. Where adding numbers together is not our strong suit. I am out of green slimes. I'm also out of cave slimes. Nobody's at thing right now. I'll be with you in 1 second. $17.54. $45. The one thing that doesn't work is that you can't hit backspace to like erase, you have to actually hit the backspace key on the keypad there. The actual backspace on the keyboard doesn't do anything, unfortunately. Also, one nice thing that I can do is come into here and just be like, purchase crate. And poof. Right over here, the crates have appeared. The bag of storage is nice because then you don't have a bunch of crates on the floor. But without some kind of like search feature built into the bag, it would get very difficult very fast. Ghost berries are one that are in here. Which also kind of makes me a little disinterested in selling the stuff that I have picked up. Simply because I have to go in and try to find it in the storage. I need the Kakaroto. I definitely need swords. I'm going to just go ahead and buy 2 crates of swords. I also like that you can purchase things even at night. Like, sorry that this feels like, might feel like I'm like slamming Supermarket Simulator. But there's just a lot of stuff that I really like about this game over Supermarket. That I wish that like you could do in Supermarket Sim. I hope that if this game does become really popular like Market Sim did, that the Market Sim devs, you know, look at some of what this game did and go, ooh, you know, we should consider doing something like that ourselves. Because that would be a really good idea, you know? $16. 2. 5. Still haven't rolled that nat 20 yet. 13. I'm still not worthy to pull the sword either. I don't think this is something that you can ever get. I say as I do it. I don't think this is something you can ever do, is pull the sword, I say, right as I pull the sword out. That's funny. I wonder if it's just like a low chance, or if there's like a certain number of clicks or something to that degree. I did not at all expect that you legitimately could do that, though. I just kind of assumed that you could just never pull the sword because, you know, that made sense to not be able to. Day 4. Oh yeah. You're much faster with one of the mounts. This is just really funny though. Like, you've just got teeny tiny little floating horse under me. You know? It's really funny. Got 1,500 ghost berries. Which, again, if it's a matter of, like, you know, the seasons, you know, you're gonna go, you know, 20 seasons with... Was that giant floating rock always there before? I know that one was. I don't remember that being there before. There's a freaking dragon down there now. What? Aw, bear family. Maybe it's not my grave. Maybe it's Bear's grave. I mean, it would have made perfect sense to me. I mean, we're a wisp. Wisps, usually in fantasy, wisps are a type of ghostly spirit. So... maybe not in this one, or maybe it is still. You know? Maybe it could still be. Information Bob isn't over here anymore. I kind of really don't want to spend another 2 hours collecting every material again. Just because I don't want it to turn into a every day is 2 hours as we collect every material every time. I mean, we're doing pretty good with just, you know, what we're selling. We're not even selling most of these materials that I'm collecting. You know, I'm collecting the ghost berries and the freaking ember berries. Like, that's all I'm actually selling. Ooh. Look at that. They really did add a little bridge to it. What's today's requirement? Need to craft a base for the statue. Like to infuse some of the stone with a special refined ore. Could you provide us with 10 refined manasite to build the solid base? Alright. So I've got to figure out how to do that. There was something in here about buying stuff. Oh, and probably it's actually the Book of Summoning. Crafting. Yes, here we go. Gleam Forge, refine crystal into gem. Convert berry into jam. Oh. For every night the Bumblebuzz are hard at work producing their honey. Turn milk into cheese. Refine ore into ingot. That's probably what I need. Ashjock Crucible. Place ore inside, wait a day, refined ore will be placed in the bag of endless storage. I see. So do I go into this, take out a crate of Manasite? Yep, and then we just shove it in there. Is there a limit to how much? Nope, already placed the maximum amount of Manasite. Got it. So one of those can hold one crate, basically. Got it. That is good to know. Wool into spindles. Don't have enough for the Gleam Forge. Berries into jam does seem like a really good idea. I assume this is another fillet, wait a day. Yes. Okay. Okay. So if I take out, like, what do I have a lot of? Azure berries. I have the most of. Because I haven't been selling them. I'll put an entire crate of azure berries into here. And then tomorrow we'll have azure berry jam and we'll have the Manasite ore. Cool. Oh, all of the stuff that I left out got put into the bag of endless storage. Frickin' heck. The game automatically put it in here. Like, I left it out because these were the things I'm selling. And it's just easier to freaking see what I have that way. Those berries, ember berries. Like, once I get a restocker, this won't be an issue. But freaking in the midst of trying to sell things, it's really just easier to buy more than it is to freaking try and find it in the freaking bag, you know? Hellspuds, Kakarot. mount up on Leonardus here so that I can get around faster. Alright, well, I'll get you a refined Manasite tomorrow then. Assuming I remember. Because I'm probably going to do this day, and then we're probably going to stop the stream after that. And I'm probably not going to go on the hunt for like 1,000,000 resources today. Like, I'm probably not going to run around and try to collect everything. Because that takes a long time to get everything. Awesome source. And my radiant scales and my brilliant scales. I do know that the devs of this are friends of the Game Grumps. So these could be references to, you know, Egoraptor / Aaron, Danny, the Stegosaurus, and then this would be Ninja Brian probably, since it's Ninja Rabbit. It could also be Rubber Ross, since he used to go by Rubber Ninja, I think, if I remember right. But he really hasn't been part of the Grumps really in a while. Brian Wecht is really the only one that's... Brian Wecht / Ninja Brian is really the only one that's like part of the Grumps, technically still. And even then, that I'm not even fully sure. Like, I don't know what exactly Ninja Brian does in regards to the Grumps. I just know that Ninja Brian left his job of being a physicist, I think it was. Like, he legitimately has a PhD in something, and like used to work in that, whatever, you know, his PhD is in. And he left that job to work at Game Grumps, which is hilarious to me. It's like, good lord. Twitch streamer Kara Corvus, which many might know from Captain Sparkles, if you watch his streams, because she shows up constantly. She and Jordan, you know, Captain Sparkles, are roommates. But yeah, she was like a biologist. Like, legitimately, like, PhD, worked as a biologist and whatnot. Before becoming a Twitch streamer. And now she just is a Twitch streamer because it makes more money. One day I will be at that level. I feel like. The problem is that the thing about getting into Twitch is that if you don't have Twitch, like, friends to stream with, nobody will find you. And that's my issue, is I don't have any Twitch friends. I used to, but none of those people stream anymore. And so I don't have any, like, friends who stream. Anymore. But like that's really how you get into the stream business. Is you stream something with another streamer who already has a following. And that brings their viewers to you. And then by extension, you now have like enough viewers to get high enough in the like viewer list, like streamer list, to actually get more viewers. Either that, or you're just a girl who sells their body on Twitch. Like, that's just it. Twitch can say all they want that that's against the rules, but until they start doing something about it, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Until they start doing something about it, that's exactly what people do. Because of course Twitch isn't going to do anything about it. That's where they make the majority of their money. Is from women who are on here selling their bodies. Of course, with the laws that have recently been passed here in the United States, we'll see what happens, because apparently, like, the major credit card companies are being forced to just like, nah, you can't use us for that anymore. And I mean, you know, why go after the people that are doing the thing that you don't like when you can go after the companies that distribute the money, you know, and cause an economic crash in that way? Republicans. They're idiots. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. Like, there has not been a Republican president that has not cost the country more money. Like, ever. That is legitimately the truth, is the problem. Like, I'm sorry, but if you look at all of the freaking, like, history and do the calculations, every time there was a Republican president, the country lost money. And while I will admit Democrat presidents haven't, brought us out of debt, they have lowered the ever-increasing amount of debt. Like the debt didn't go as high. It's not like our current president has caused the debt to go up by, like 3 times? 4 times? The amount of his predecessor in the entire 4 years that Biden was president. And he's only been president for not even a year yet. Sorry, I know politics, people hate it, but I'm not shy about my political stances. My political stances are, you don't freaking vote in a felon, a criminal, as your leader. I'm sorry, you don't do that. Sorry if somebody gets offended by that, but that should be obvious. I'm just saying. Let's go talk to Mr. Dragon Boy over there. Once I tend to the Wimble Hops over here. Oh, and Dabber, of course. Dabber is the only named Wimble Hop that's over here. He's a bigger Wimble Hop, so he gives more stuff. Speaking of, I guess I wasn't speaking of, but it was what was in my mind. Speaking of the models for this game, the models in this game feel like World of Warcraft models, but like high def. As if like what they would look like if the game World of Warcraft was made today, fresh from the ground up. However, there's a game out there called Potionomics, which also looks like a really interesting game. It's like you run a potion shop, basically, and you choose what kinds of potions to sell and stuff like that. I swear that the girl in Potionomics was ripped straight out of Fortnite. I don't think she was. I'm pretty sure she's a custom model. I feel like they wouldn't be able to sell the game otherwise. But I swear she looks like she was ripped straight from freaking Fortnite. Every time I see somebody play Potionomics, I look at the main girl character and I'm just like, how is this not a Fortnite character? I'm just grabbing, you know, pictures for thumbnail. That said, this game is running at 1920 by 1080. So I'm going to have to do some resizing for the thumbnail, but that's fine. I wish I could make freaking Stardew Valley run at 1920 by 1080. It'd be nice. But it's freaking 1280 by 720 or full screen at freaking 3000 whatever. Rubius and it's oh my God. If that's not a Lunar reference, I don't freaking... Oh my gosh. Like, what are the chances that it is a white dragon named Quark? If that is not a Lunar reference, like, no way that's coincidence. No way. Rubius and I haven't had tea together in over a decade, and every time I try, he leaves just before I get there. One day I'll catch him, and I'm bringing extra biscuits just to spite him. Greetings again. I am not known for fury, but once I roared. It was when a band of poachers hunted Frost Elk for coin, not need. They laughed as they left their kills to rot. I landed among them without a word, just the weight of wind and ice. They never returned, and I buried every elk myself. I did not like my roar that day, but I do not regret it. Thank you for understanding that even gentleness has teeth. Increased profits and increased fruit amounts. The ancient dragon Quark. Like, that there's no way that's a freaking coincidence, man. If that is a coincidence, I don't freaking know. Like, there's an ancient white dragon named Quark. Freaking really. If that really is coincidence, like, I will be very shocked. There's no way. Like, that's a purposeful Lunar reference right there. Like, it's gotta be. If it were any other colored dragon, I would say that it could maybe be a coincidence that they named him Quark. But he is a white ancient dragon. There's no way that that's just a random coincidence. That has got to be a reference. Well, Serene, who the heck is... What do you mean, Lunar reference? If you've never played Lunar Silver Star, go do it right now, because you can. It's on Steam. The remastered Lunar games. The Lunar Remastered, or something like that. It's called on Steam. But... for those uninformed who don't know about one of the greatest RPGs ever created, the Lunar games, Lunar Silver Star and Lunar Eternal Blue are two games that are fantastic, but unfortunately have always only been like a cult classic. They've never been like well known. But in Lunar Silver Star, you know, depending on which version you've played, it could have additional wording to its title. But the original is called Lunar the Silver Star. And in Lunar the Silver Star, there's an ancient white dragon that you meet at the beginning of the game that is named Quark. And he's a very important character in the game. Which, you know, you might say like, well, wouldn't all dragons be? But not necessarily. Dragons sometimes are like side characters in RPGs. Like, sometimes they're monsters. As opposed to, you know, what a dragon should be. Which is a terrifying, holy frick, it's a dragon experience for anybody. Especially an ancient dragon, like frick, dude. But in Lunar, there are 4 dragons. They are very central to the story, because you become the Dragon Master in the first game. Which means that you have the ability to use the power of all 4 dragons. And the first one that you meet is a white dragon named Quark. And his original VA, RIP, whoever that was, because I know that that guy has very much passed away. Because he was already like in his 70s when he did Quark's voice initially. That was back in freaking 96 or something like that. Like the guy was already getting up there in years when he did the voice for the, well, for the PlayStation version, I should say, or the Sega Saturn version, depending on, you know, if you were in Japan or not. Although, well, no, I suppose he didn't do the voice in the Sega Saturn version, because the Sega Saturn version was only in Japanese. So I don't think there was any English VA in the Sega Saturn version, because it didn't come out in America. The point is that he had the most, like, fantastic voice. And the people who were, like, picking the voices were just like, we knew that we had to get that guy because he is the only human being that could properly do the voice the way that we wanted Quark to sound. Like, he was known for, and unfortunately I wish I remembered the guy's name, but I don't. But he was known for his, like, deep, gruff, you know, like this voice. Except deep, much, much deeper. My voice actually isn't very deep, and I can't get it to go very deep. Which I guess is fine. I've just never been able to, like, really do a deep voice. This is about as deep as I could get. And even this isn't very good. It sounds more like I'm trying to do a deep voice than actually doing a deep voice. But that's like the best I can do for a deep voice. But he had, like, the original VA for Quark had the most fantastic, like, dragon voice I've ever heard. It was so good. And while I have not played the Silver Star remaster, so I do not know if the new VA did as good. I feel like anybody trying to do that voice is not going to be as good. You know? I mean, again, I've not played the remaster, you know, because I played Lunar Silver Star Harmony. I didn't play the remaster. I didn't even know that a remaster was in the works when I played Harmony. I still need to go continue Lunar 2 Eternal Blue at some point. It just, I guess when I heard remaster, I expected, like, remake. You know? That they were gonna, like, rebalance some of the game and, like, change some of the difficulty to maybe not be as insane as it was. And unfortunately, the remaster thus far has been basically just a straight port of the PlayStation version. And while it's good, because, I mean, the PS1, excuse me, PS version 1 of the game was excellent. The problem is just that it's really hard. And yeah, I was kind of hoping that maybe they had rebalanced the game to make it maybe not as insanely difficult. They did not. And I've always struggled with the Lunar games. That was one thing I really liked about Silver Star Harmony, was that it was a real, true, like, remake. You know, they went in and they redid all the sprites, which was awesome. They redid all the maps. Made some of the, like, really big, empty maps of the original, like, a lot more condensed. Just in general, Silver Star Harmony was, like, the best version of the game thus far. And I've already seen that they have gone back on all of the music changes that were in Harmony, which is one of the dumbest choices they could have made, in my opinion. Because Working Designs was not known for translating very good. Their localization was not great, especially with the two songs where Working Design straight up said, like, yeah, we just couldn't figure out how to localize the original song, so we just came up with an entirely new one. I'm like, good. That's definitely how you do it. You just come up with an entirely new song that completely ignores the meaning and purpose of the original song. Yep. Good job. And the remasters went and used that version. The Working Designs version. Which, again, is a big mistake, I think. I highly recommend the 2009 version of the songs Wings and Nocturne of the Wind over the Silver Star complete versions. But the Silver Star complete versions are what they used in the remaster. At least from what I understand. Because I loaded up the remaster when I was like setting up. That was as far as I went, was just to load it up. But you get the opening credit song there when you load up the game. And it's using the original Working Designs version, which is honestly not great. And I was very disappointed by that. And I know a lot of, and to, you know, to the credit of fans, I know that there are a lot of fans that grew up with that version and prefer that version. And that probably is the reason that they used it in the remaster. Because there were a lot of people that didn't like the Silver Star Harmony versions of the songs. But also, to those same fans, I would say, you need to look into the original game and the original, like, story. Because those songs are completely different in the Japanese version. And have a completely different meaning to them. And in comparison to that, those the original Working Designs English versions are an atrocity. Due to just how much they changed the meaning of those songs. And the 2009 versions kept the original meaning of the songs. Which is why they're so much better. But that doesn't matter when you're dealing with fans and nostalgia, unfortunately. If it were up to me, I would 100% replace the songs with the Harmony versions. I would even have the new VA sing those versions, like they did in the new versions. You know, I think they would be great at singing those versions. They did a great job. In, well, in the one that I heard. So, granted, none of that has anything to do with Lunar 2, which is the one that I've been playing. But, again, it goes back to the balancing. I guess I got so excited by the fact that they were remastering them and like how excellently the remaster of Harmony had been. Like, that I was just like, oh, well, you know, if they're remastering both games, surely they're going to do it that good again. And they literally just basically... It's the same complaint I have with Ocarina of Time 3D. Ocarina of Time 3D was not a remake to Ocarina of Time. It was just a port with better graphics. And while the sprites look crispier and look really nice in the high def, you know, they were originally made, the Lunar games were originally made for, you know, low quality TVs at the time. It doesn't feel like they're higher quality just because if you play the games on an emulator, the sprites look exactly the same as they do in the remaster. And so I legitimately don't even feel like it's a port with better graphics. It legitimately just feels like it's a straight port of the original on PC. That they then went, we're going to call it a remaster. And I'm just like, I was all excited because it was a chance to finally play Lunar 2 again. And like, but without all the jank of the original Lunar 2. And you kept in the jank. And that makes me kind of not want to play it. Because the original Lunar 2 is really good, but it's really janky. And I'd really rather play a good version of the game. Like, that's why I bought the remaster. Because I thought it would be better than just emulating it. I could have just used my emulator. You know? So I've been a little disappointed by the remaster, unfortunately, and that's one of the reasons I have not been, like, continuing my playthrough of Lunar 2 Eternal Blues Remaster. Because, yes, it is an excellent copy of Lunar 2. You know, they at least fixed the normal localization. Like, the dialogue is better than the emulated. But beyond that, gameplay-wise, it's just a straight-up port of exactly how the game played. And that disappoints me. Because I was hoping that if you played the remaster version instead of the classic version, since, you know, they have those as separate options, like, the remaster would at least be a rebalance. It's like, you can play classic to get the original difficulty, but then we rebalance the combat for the remaster, you know? But now, that's not the way it is at all. And so it's really still just as freaking janky as the PS2 version. I am unable to obtain that apple. Oops, that's right, you're not a rock. And so I've just been a little disappointed. I will say, I have one big, like, that there's one thing about the remaster that I 100% love. And that is the voices. All of the voices in the Lunar 2 remaster. I haven't played the original, so I don't know anything about the original remaster. You know, the Silver Star. I have not played the Silver Star. However, literally any voice is better than the freaking original Null voice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to any fans of the original Silver Star, but literally any voice is better than the original Null voice. Oh my god. The original Null voice is... And nothing against the voice actress, because it's not her, like, voice acting that is the problem. It is the... We're working designs, and we're going to unnaturally pitch up her voice by ridiculous levels so that her voice becomes something like this, and every single line is delivered like this. It would be like it's as if Navi from Ocarina of Time was voice acted. Hey Alex, let's go check out the monument. Hey Alex, let's go check out this thing. Hey Alex, hey Alex, hey Alex. Again, nothing against the original voice actress, because she did a tremendous job when you watch the making of and you hear her actual voice doing the voice of Null. She does a tremendous job as Null. But when you take a voice that already sounds really soft and really, really pretty, and then you pitch it up like this, it does not make it better. It makes it worse. Especially when she's like one of the only regularly voice acted characters. That said, like, I'm also just gonna straight up say it. Again, apologies to Lunar Eternal Blue, PS1 fans. But I'm sorry, but Ruby's voice in the remaster is just 10 times better. Freaking... Ruby did not have the problem that Null had, thank God. They did not pitch her voice up to unnatural levels. In the Eternal Blue Complete, the PlayStation version. But I'm sorry, you just can't beat freaking Christian Lee Morrison or whatever her name is. I can never remember her name, but she's like one of my favorite English VAs. Like, she just legitimately is. Like, I'm sorry, but you just can't beat her voice, in my opinion. Again, fans of the original are free to enjoy it, enjoy Ruby's original voice. And it's not that I dislike Ruby's original voice. But, I'm sorry, it's just like Final Fantasy XIV. Freaking... I will love the freaking Japanese voice for Creel, or Kryl if you're playing the English version. Freaking hate everything about that. But like, nothing against the English voice actress for Kryl, but she's competing against legitimately my favorite Japanese voice actress. Like, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter whose voice the English voice actress was. she's competing against literally my favorite Japanese voice actress. I would even go as far as to say legitimately the Japanese voice actress for Creel. And you know, I use the two names interchangeably. You know, not interchangeably, but like if I'm talking English VA, I say Cryle. If I'm talking Japanese VA, I say Creel, kind of thing. But, like, I would absolutely say that she is just straight up my favorite voice actress of, like, all time. So, like, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter who freaking voiced, you know, Cryle. They're competing against who is legitimately my favorite voice actress of all time. Like, they lose. You know? You could do the absolute best voice for Cryle, and I would still absolutely say Creel is still my favorite, you know? Just because, I'm sorry, but Creel's voice actress. And I always feel bad because, again, I can never remember names. I legitimately don't remember names. I don't know what it is. I struggle to remember names just in general. You know? Like, you could be my first, like, most favorite person in the world, and I would still struggle to remember your name. Unless, like, I'm regularly hearing your name. And I don't regularly hear her name, so it's difficult for me to remember her name, even though she is my favorite voice actress. And doesn't seem like the water elementals here today. But, like, she just is my favorite voice actress, and that's... So it just doesn't matter. Like, you're not gonna beat her, no matter who you are. Although I would be interested in her and my favorite English VA. You know, favorite English voice actress there. Like, going head to head. Like, that would be really interesting. I'd be very curious to see which one I end up liking more. But they've never done the same role. Like, so, like, they never have played the same character. So, freaking, I'm gonna look it up. Freaking, give me just a second as I look up voices. Yoshino Nanjo. Yoshino Nanjo is the Japanese voice actress. Meanwhile, didn't she also do the voice of... This is only showing me the Japanese cast. Show me the English cast, please. Again, IMDb. Have to scroll all the way to the freaking bottom to find the English cast. Cassandra Lee Morris, I think, right? Yes. Cassandra Lee Morris. That's the name I was trying to remember. I didn't think... I think I said Christian Lee Morris. But yes, Cassandra Lee Morris. That's her name. Again, these may be my 2 favorite voice actresses, like, ever. But I don't hear their names enough to remember them. So, Cassandra Lee Morris and Yoshino Nanjo. Those are my 2 favorite, like, voice actresses. So, like, again, no offense to the voice actress who did Ruby in the original Eternal Blue, but Cassandra Lee Morris is just my favorite voice actress. You know, favorite English voice actress. Like, anything she does is gonna be my favorite. You know? Like, anything she does is gonna be my favorite version of that character. In English. I would be very interested in seeing the 2 go head-to-head, though. Yoshino Nanjo and Cassandra Lee Morris. Like, if they were to perform the same role, I'd be very curious which one I liked more. But they never have, that I'm aware of. If anybody knows of a point, like, of a character that both VAs did, I'd love to hear it. You see, the world of Gravelor was not born but stitched. Fragments of lives torn from other stars. In it, a thief with no last name carried a spark meant for kings. He danced, he stumbled, he laughed too much, and yet he remembered everyone's sorrow. He did not save the world, but he remembered that it was still alive. Even scars can hold stories. Thank you for holding space for one more. Yay! The wise old giant turtle gave me a boost. Remember when I said I wasn't gonna go around the map and freaking collect everything? And we've now spent the last hour of me running around collecting everything again. I think I am gonna open up my shop once I'm done here, because I don't see a 3rd person around today. The big tree guy wasn't there. The, Quark was there. Obviously, because that's how we got into all of this topic to begin with. Freaking... What? While I have IMDb open, let me look up Lunar Silver Star complete. 1998. Good Lord. I did not realize it was that long ago. Oh, he might still be alive. Hal Delahouse. IMDb does not list... Well, IMDb doesn't list anything about him. To be honest. Hal Delahousse. He did Quark and the King of Kurzalt in something called They. And that is his entire freaking voiceography, or whatever you want to call it. Like, those are all the voices he did. Val Delahousse. Delahousse? It's spelled with 2 S's. So, I'm assuming Delahousse. Oh, here we go. Quark English dub comparison.
Who has awakened me from my deep slumber?
This is the original VA. Like, listen to his voice.
My friends, you are the first adventurers to visit me in a long time.
Also, it might be a little loud.
Tetrarch of the Dragon Tribe. You have journeyed far, and now you have arrived at my lair. It's a journey few have survived. Your mission must be urgent.
Like, listen to that voice. That's so good, man.
Who dares disturb my peaceful slumber?
And this is the Silver Star Harmony version, which I was not a fan of. I should say, it's not that I wasn't a fan of it, it just, I don't know, it's hard to beat, it's hard to beat him. Also, it might still be loud, I haven't turned the volume down.
It has been quite a long time since I last laid eyes on one of your kind. I am Quark, master of this secluded place. So tell me, what business do you have here today with this ancient old dragon, my fine young adventurers?
But yeah, I haven't heard, again, I have not heard, to be clear, I've not heard the remaster. That was the Silver Star Harmony, which was the PSP version. So. Also, again, apologies if that was really loud. I had it at about half volume. And I thought that might be alright. Because it was loud enough for me to, like, really be able to hear. So. But again, I can't really tell what the volume levels are. I usually watch my YouTube videos at like max, volume. At the full volume. So like, to me, the full volume is just like perfectly fine. You know? So like, if it's really loud on your, if it was like really loud on your end, then sorry. But yeah. Hal just does a terrific Quark. And as far as I'm aware, that's not like modified or pitched or anything like that. That's just his actual voice. I could be wrong. But as far as I'm aware, that is actually just his regular voice. Not like freaking Null, where they pitch her freaking voice way the frick up. Her as in the voice actress. Which, it's still hilarious to me that even the remaster uses a female voice for Null. Considering that Null is a male dragon. And has a, like, male voice in the second game. And, they did a remaster where both games came out at the same time. Meaning that there were several characters that were just voiced by, like, the same people on both games. So you would have thought that, like, oh, they'll just have Null, the voice of Null from the first one do the voice of Null in the second one. But that's not what they did. Okay, well, we've collected, like, everything from the world again. Yeah, our big dude over here is not there. So we've only got 2 bonuses today, but that's fine. Was this crystal, like, glowing like this before? I feel like it wasn't, but... I don't see any, like, interaction with it. It's just a giant beacon glowing there. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what this rock is. But there's a giant beacon glowing out of it today. It might have always been that way, and I just didn't look. I don't seem to be able to do anything with it, so I'm just gonna move on. Alright. Time to man the shop. Candle of time, light! Gonna grab a blood slime crate. Since we've only got like a line of blood slimes here. Also, I'm eating cookie. If anybody's wondering what all the munching is all of a sudden, I have cookie. Because I realized we've been streaming for 5 hours and I haven't eaten anything. And that's not generally a good thing when you have hypoglycemia. So I figured I better, you know, get something. Cookie is not necessarily the best. It would be better if I had something with like protein. But it's the easiest thing I could like reach out and grab. So $13.75. It's a flock of geese again! I love this world, dude. Just taking a screenshot of the flock of geese. In case I want to use that as like a thumbnail. the freaking goose bought swords. Warrior goose! I'm pretty sure that the last time the flock of geese came in, the first thing that was bought by them was also a pair of swords. I could be wrong, but I seem to recall that they bought swords last time too. I know somebody bought a pair of swords. So I definitely remember somebody coming up with and literally just buying 2 swords. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of really love this game. It's definitely going to be something I stream semi-regularly. You are expecting to need a lot of health there, Mr. Goose. Miss Goose? I just love that geese can come in and buy things and it's not even weird. $14.99. Got it. That was somehow extremely difficult and I don't know why. $12.84. Like, you don't see any of the customers, like, looking at the geese and thinking it's weird. You know? These guys just come in, they buy stuff, they leave. And nobody cares that it was just a bunch of geese that did the buying. Uh-oh, I'm out of swords. Need to buy more swords. It's okay. I bought more swords. And I'll go stock the other swords. And then I'll take care of the customer. Hey, 2 swords. Not 4 swords? Nobody ever buys 4 swords. I only ever buy 1 or 2 swords. I want to see somebody buy 4 swords. So that I can make a 4 sword joke. But it's only ever 1 or 2 swords. Which, I mean, makes sense. I mean, you'd only ever need 1 or 2, depending on if you're a dual wielder. Whoops. But it would just be really funny to see somebody buy 4 swords, and then I can make a 4 sword joke. And that would be it. Like, I would be able to make a 4 sword joke, and then I would move on from there, and then that would be the extent of it. 250. How are we doing on swords? We're doing good on swords. How about potions? We're out of health potions. These are not health potions. These are red slimes. Those are mana potions. These are the health potions. That's empty. I will say, this game gives you so many customers. It's a little ridiculous. Like, the sheer amount of customers here is ridiculous. But at least they don't, like, walk around and complain about, you know, freaking cashiers. All the cash registers are full. And they leave the store without actually buying anything. They just line up infinitely. Hey! Everybody has finished buying stuff. Cool. $223. Quark's Blessing. Nice. I like that it is just straight up listed as Quark's Blessing. And not like, you know, White Dragon's Blessing or something. Because the giant turtle has a name too. And the water elemental, I assume, has one. But they're both listed as giant turtle and water elemental. But when I talk to the giant turtle, he has a name. Oh, was that it? I guess we had a bad day today. I rolled a nat 1. That's a little unfortunate. Also, I've been riding my horse the entire time. I didn't even, like, think about it. I didn't hop off the horse at any point. Kakaroto. Charmander is playing Peak. I don't own that, but I've seen a couple of people play it. It looks interesting. But it also looks like it's very much a multiplayer game. Like, I suspect that if I were to, you know, play it, wouldn't get much out of it. Like, I'd have to play it with other people to really enjoy it. Because that's, it's like Amogus, you know? I own Amogus, but I don't ever play it because you really only get the big fun out of it when you're playing it in a group with other people, you know? And I just don't have a group of people to play it with. Oh, that is full. Okay. Since I know all of these are going to go into the freaking bag anyway. I might as well put them into the bag at the end of the day. Even if I'd rather they stay out. I need potato. Did I put Hearthspud? Yeah. Just say, I think I put potatoes away. I did. But also I need more anyway. Cool. Mana potions still. I need one more set of mana potions. I assume I do not have any. If I do, I don't see them. I see potions of health, but I don't see mana potions. Or, yeah, potion of magic, I guess it's actually called in here. It's fine. Cool. Well, we're ending the day at 6:29, which is not bad. It's not bad at all. I don't know if you ever have to, like, pay attention to the market prices. Like, I don't know if if it's like supermarket where the market prices will fluctuate at all. I'm not seeing any. Like, all of the prices are the same as what I set them before. So I'm not seeing any fluctuation. So with that said, the water reflections all the way out there. Like the fairies reflecting off the water that far away. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, but I love it. I'm not gonna lie. Also, is there... Sorry. What is this glowy over here? I don't remember this glowy. Oh, that might just be the warp stone. Yes, it is. I came over here for nothing. It's not that there's any special glowy over here. It's just that this is... During the night, the warp stone is more visible. That's all it is. So... Cool. And we shall end the day there. That was 4 days worth of supermarket. Not supermarket. Whatever this game is called. The frick am I seeing over there? Oh, that's mountain. When I started saying what the frick, this looked like some kind of this mountain, like the clouds were in just the right way, that it looked like some kind of gigantic bear that was like sticking out off the top there. But then the clouds moved and I went, oh, it's just a freaking mountain. That's all it is. It's just the freaking mountain. It's nothing special, it's just a mountain. This is a really interesting world. I'm definitely curious to see where this goes. Like where this game goes. And like what changes in it as things like progress. You know, like as the game gets more development and stuff. I definitely think I'll come back to this at least once or twice more before, you know, stopping. Maybe more than that. It kind of just depends, really. Mostly on just how much I enjoy it the next several times that we play it, you know? Like, I very much enjoyed it this time. I could see myself continuing to enjoy it without issue. So, you know, we'll have to see. Like, where it goes in development and see, like, how much I enjoy and such. And because this day doesn't matter, I'm going to see where we can go. Because then I don't have to worry about the possibility of something like breaking in the world, you know? Or like the game, like it, you know, maybe there's something where it's like, oh, you went out of bounds, like completely, and then like the game actually crashes or something, you know? I don't have to worry about that. Because the game saved. Which means that we can go as far out as we want, plus I'm on a horse. So we're, you know, going faster than normal. So I'm gonna see just how far out we can go in this world. You know, see how out of bounds the devs have actually designed, you know? Like, can I get to that big floating crystal out there? Like, does this have collision? It does. This freaking low texture, low poly mountain all the way out here has collision. Sort of. It does. There's just something weird about, like, the first-person view. Oh, no, it's not. I looked down and the horse was gone. So, I thought maybe there was some kind of, like, bug with the first-person view. Um... Is this meant to be a tree? Oh, okay. Well, there's no collision there. How out of bounds can we go before the world comes to an end? That's what I want to know. Could I get all the way over there? To that big mountain all the way out there? Can I get to this big crystal? Is there any out of boundium this far out? Holy crap. There's an entire modeled area that you just would never be able to see. You go all the way up to the top of the mountain. Well, nope. That's as far up as we can go. What the frick? What do you mean? There's out of boundium all the way out here? Wow. There's like an entire lake area. It is solid out here. Whoa. Wow. That's cool. It almost feels spooky that like I'm all the way out here in the nothingness. Just because like everywhere else there's something, you know? And it feels, you know, properly put together and properly generated. And then you get out here into just the nothing. Oh, I just went through the mountain. Okay. Well, I mean, I can walk around the water all the way out here. But there is no mountain collision out here. But there is a tree. Strangely enough. It's just a tree. There's like like an island way out there too. This is so dumb that you can go out this far. I love it. I love everything about it. Whoop! Okay. That mountain just came into existence there. Ah! What just happened there? I like fell. It looked like I fell for a second. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just thought I was falling for a second. Is this the end of the world? I would love it if this mountain had collision. What the frick? Why does this mountain have collision? That's amazing. We're so far away you can't even see the original world anymore. Why does this mountain have collision? But the other mountain didn't. That's so wild, dude. Yeah, I was basically worried that we were just gonna like fall off the edge of the map if we went out here. But no, there's like an entire world out here, technically speaking. In the most technical of senses. Can we reach the top of this mountain? What the frick? Why is this a thing you can do? I mean, that looks like the edge of the world. It looks like the water actually comes to an end over there. I don't know if I want to try to go out that far. But I will certainly try to get as high as the game will allow me to. It is kind of difficult to tell that you're moving when you're like inside of the like mountain. This is the peak. This is the highest point that I can reach. I mean, unless this side goes higher. Nope. Okay. That's so dumb, and I love it. Freaking... There's like multiple planes of water, it looks like. And then it stretches out to the edge of the world. Of course, that's the skybox there, so you know it's gonna stretch out for ever, technically. Wow. I think that's a good spot to end it off at. Just looking out to freaking nothingness all around. Like, you can't, technically you can't even see the original, like, place where we started. Because it's, like, right over there. But it's all unloaded. Like that, this right here, this big white thing, that's that crystal. So like, it's further beyond that. I love this. This is so ridiculous. And with a click, we're back. That's so ridiculous, dude. I love everything about that. Interestingly, if I try to, like... I guess it's just if I'm going, like, really slow. Like, when I step up here... The momentum pushes me forward. I thought that it was going through the portal, but it's actually this step. If I continue to hold right when I get pushed up that step, it like pushes me further. Whoa! What game physics? And you know what, though? I could totally see them, like, making it so that any, you know, real jankiness like that is just part of the lore. What with the whole, like, you know, there was a guy... And then he freaking, like, you know, the world, like, became sharded and, like, it might be who we are, is the shard person. I was trying to see, hey! Okay. There's no collision when you get too high up. Air Marshal. Leonardus, Hef, and Boulder. The Boulder's shadow only renders if you're in first person. That's so weird. Yeah, all of the it looks like even the shadows of the fairies don't render. The boulder and the fairy shadows don't render in a third person. That's so weird. And you know, I understand a lot of the jank is eventually going to get fixed, I assume. You know, before the full release of the game. And I'm okay with that. But also, I love the jank. Oh, hey! This is one of the expansion areas. Cool. When we actually expand our shop. Yeah. Because right now our shop is only this section of the building. There's this entire rest of the building still. Yo! I can see it! I can see the divides. I love this game already. Yeah, definitely gonna come back to this at some point. Cause it's fun. The jankiness is... What the heck happened there? Pop. Dear shopkeeper, I hope you can help a small creature in need. Found a young bear cub in the forest. He was hurt and very weak. He's still small, but I believe he could be better with some care. I've been calling him Teddy. Shop has many helpful items. I believe one of your health potions could help him heal faster. Not a healer, but I've seen these potions work before. Can't say to look after him, but I think he'll be safe with you. Maybe he'll grow to be a friend, a protector, or just a reminder that kindness matters. Aww. Teddy's Haven. I see. Teddy the bear. Whoop. Okay, that's the entire shelf. Do I like... I know this won't actually end up mattering in the end, but... Do I like... carry this over here? Yeah! Didn't even actually use a potion. I don't think anyway. $50% more profit from sales and 50% shop experience. Interesting. Teddy's Love level 2. Fast Aid Fur Friend. A little potion goes a long way. This will all be here next time, so I'll save reading that for later. Hey, level 1 Fruitworks and level 1 Refining. Interesting. Oh, Teddy's Love, level 3. There is a cooldown, but like, it's not much of one, so you can just like keep clicking. There's level 5. Love times 100. What does that even mean? I guess we'll find out next time, because it doesn't save any of this. So... But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed. If you did, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. Check the playlist if you want to see more of these streams, assuming there are more. And thus, you know, I assume that I made a playlist for it. Because this is only the first one, so I don't know. I don't know what getting Teddy Love up does at all. But I've already hit level 6. And there's level 7. I now get love times 200. Whatever that means. Too busy driving. It happens. But yeah. Probably more of this. If you want to see more of this, come on out, twitch.tv/Serene Inc. And you can come hang out with us while I stream these live. So, aw, thank you. Yeah, with that, I'll see you all next time. See you later. 200, yes, 200 love.